vinyl, so I was able to stretch them back on, but it's completely deformed. The bottle is completely deformed. The stickers were warped, but I was able to just peel them off and put them back on, and they're fine. But the bottle is shaped like wrong. It's shaped like a weird tube coral now. No, I'm keeping the bottle like this. It's deformed. I love it. What? Just because no, the bottle just changed its shape. It's not putting off any more microplastics. I know, but if I'm gonna have a plastic water bottle, whether it's this shape or another shape, it's putting off the same amount, basically, of microplastics. Yeah, but over millions of years, it doesn't degrade. Yeah, some plastics. What? Oh, rubber? No, rubber degrades over years. Plastic degrades over like millennia. No, it doesn't have that. Mine's purely entirely just plastic. There's microplastics in everything. It doesn't matter whether you drink from a plastic water bottle or shit. It's literally impossible to avoid at this point, so I'm like, whatever. No, but the plastic is in everything. The microplastics are in every food you eat. Doesn't matter. A bullshit. You bullshit. Uh-huh. Okay, we'll find it again. You should still have your backpack drop on the map. Thank you for 10 years of supporting our weird little game, Jamie Chang. Oh yeah, I am dead and have no stuff also. I think I was on my way down to get my stuff. Yes, I was. My hit point pool is permanently capped at 50. Here's my stuff. I found mine. Oh, look around some more, maybe? No. Big Penis Genius. I still haven't found any diamonds. Man's hungry right now. Oh, I found another graveyard. I can destroy my sanity once again by digging up dead people. it gives you like niche, high value end game stuff or mid to late game stuff, but not anything that's that useful right now. Usually. No, it's just trash. I made those walls out of literal human garbage. No, I made it out of like I found scrap in a scrap yard and I made scrap walls out of the scrap that I found in the scrap yard. You see. Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? All right, tell me another stupid annoying thing that happened to you. Yuck, that sounds bad. China. A tariff on all your houses. Dude, your tree guard is still fucking here. What the hell? I should not have gone into there just yet. I should have waited until morning. Fuck time. Love wins. I'm right about lots of stuff. Was he on Live Leak? What was going on? I thought she was sitting there staring into space. You should take pictures of her screen over her shoulder when she's looking at stuff funny. No. She'll blow off your hand. Do you have any meat? I need meat. If I don't eat meat, I'll be defeated. Our yard is entirely despoiled with corpses. And I'm dying. We need hammer. You can smash him with a hammer, get bone fragments. You just died. You were in the dark. There's not enough fuel in the fire, so if there's more fuel in the fire, the dark wouldn't have been as bad. I'm starving to death. I just died. My inventory is empty. I'm about to die again from starvation. Yeah, that's it. Easy come, easy go. Poop, guano, doo-doo feces. Well, I have a beefalo bell. We can bring a beefalo home with us if we can find one. That's all we need. It'll grow up, probably. Little dipshit moron. A cromulent nugget, yes. What? You are a nug of my creation. Yeah? Mm. I love his when he destroys a nugget. Bwah! One grit. Why is there an why is there meteorites falling? Oh my god. There are meteorites falling and I just died and the tall bird killed me. The tall bird just keeps trying to kill Chester. And the tall bird is also camping my stuff. He killed Chester! Dude. The tall bird killed Chester. Thought he was immortal. The eye bone's eye closed. He's gone. Thank you. No, Talbert, do not fucking kill me again. You bitch. You brute. You murdered Chester and you're going to murder me thrice? Almost retrieved my thing. No! Piece of shit, garbage, trash doo-doo poop. Hate this. Can't have anything in this city. This used to be a nice neighborhood. It used to be a nice neighborhood. Look what you've done. Look what you've done to the place. Oh, yes. Put that shit in the fire, dog. What? He's a bitch ass. Oh yeah. We need ice? I eat ass. Oh, I eat a lot of ass. I eat way too much ass. It affects my nutrition. Monkey, monkey. Cleaning up the corpses then, love. Okay, I blow up. Dude, that was my chest. I think. Why is there all this junk on the ground? I think that was a chest. Why is this stuff all over the ground? Oh, maybe I only had 3. Wait. Really? A skeleton? Weird. It looks like stuff I had. I think you might have been stealing stuff from my chest. No? Not you, he. Skeleton. The skeleton. The dead skeleton. Yes, this chest is empty. The dead skeleton stole stuff out of my chest. He's a bitch. Okay. I don't think. I think that's just some weird thing that happened. Sometimes weird things happen. Don't do that. Yeah, I got that from smashing a statue of some guy. Maxwell, I think. Bones, bones, bones. Let me see your bones. Don't, dog, leave me alone, bitch. I'm insane. It's in the Ibird area. I might be able to get my stuff back. I just need to duck and weave, duck and weave. Oh, he's getting. Yes, you're still alive! He came back! I picked up the eyeball and he came back! It's not food, it's skin. No! He's killing Chester again! I think I'm crazy. I keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. It's just I have to pick up everything one at a time, and by the time I get one thing, he's already behind me. He's a bro. Well, you stopped smacking his bros. He stopped smacking you. He doubled down on cutting trees. That's crazy. I don't know how he survived that onslaught we gave to him, but yeah, alright. Unfortunately, it is... He's totally destroying my scrap walls right now. He totally just demolished one of my scrap walls. That's true. Um, we can use grass and twigs from our environment. We can grab. Short dick. Short dick Danny. Soggy bacon. Soggy. Soggy bacon. All you are. Uh, deep water. Deep water I can't see the bottom of. And if it's dark and deep, big full of ocean, and full of scary monsters and skeletons. What about you? You're... My dad's scared of horses. Hello? My dad's scared of horses. He thinks their mouths are too big and they'll bite his head off. Chomp. Apple. You're so gooped out right now, bro. It's crazy work. Don't heal yourself. Oh, whatever. I have fuel in my inventory. Dr. Insano! It was you all along? Dude, was that a skeleton? Look like yeah, I thought it was a chest. I was like, why are you smashing chests? Funny. Google.com website. Don't starve bone shards. Alright, it says you can use them to make various weird looking things. A lot of cosmetics. Mostly, it looks like. Make a saddle horn. I don't know what that is. Make a rain hat, but you need 2 live moles. You can make an umbrella, but you need a deer clops eyeball. What is a deer clops? You can make a bucket o poop with if you have 2 bone shards, 3 poops, and 4 wood. You can make a bucket o poop. Step on them hands, dog. So many creatures around. You need it to make snakeskin clothes, pirate hat, captain hat, lucky hat, a wand from a Pugilisk skull. It's really not very useful. You can make sandy turf with it, but you need to have a terra firma tamper. Alright. Yeah, let's go. It's this way. Does man care? Man does not care. Fuck that frog. Oh, shit. Don't go near that guy. Also, look at this cool boulder. I bet it has something cool in it. Bunch of meteorites fell from the sky over here earlier. It was really weird. Don't fucking kill my guy. Come on, man. We can kill it if we work together. Yes! I've been beaten on it. I got 2 meats from that. Good. Yeah, from the egg? And it defends us? I think so. I think the dogs are coming tonight. Thank you. Me too. Real. No! My brain sanity is scrunkling away. Better not eat that fucking egg. Better not eat that fucking egg, you big fucker. Why? Who keeps digging up grass tufts? Why? Oh. You shit. Dr. Shitsky. Hello, Dr. Shitsky. Yeah. I like the jib of your cut. Right down the middle. Yeah. I think he's got a line. I think it goes right up to his left goose egg. And huh? Oh, it splits right down his frenulum. It's exactly. Allow me to make science with you. I don't know yet. I can make a moon rock wall for walls that are lunar loony. Let's see, checkered flooring, blue mosaic, red mosaic, gray mosaic. Oh, I'm dying really bad. Oh, that's it. Oh, you made a boat make hunt think tank. Put that thing closer to the science machine. I don't know. It's gonna break it down to its constituent parts. I think that's what happens when you want to move it. You need to be able to access both while still touching the machine. Like, honestly, if you could, yeah, try to put it like near, or like kind of near where Chester is. I don't know. You have to get that. Put more fire in the fire fiend. I'm dead. Good enough. That's true. But you can make a shitty raft for basically free. Look, raft. Go to the science machine. Where's a raft? Yeah. Put more in the fire. Oh, never mind. I don't care if you're full, just eat it. Eat it. If it got cold, reheat it. I would make that. Jenkins? Okay, where? Oh my god. Yo. There's one over here on his own, by his lonesome. Make his brains out. I killed him. You dropped no food. You dropped nothing. Oh, there we go. This one dropped some food. Oh, for goodness sakes. Oh, I saw that. Yeah. Yeah. Ah! Well, that's what's happening. The season changed. This bird knows about the cold. The 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 penguins laid an egg. Oh, I tried to go grab it, and you know what? They grabbed it before I could, and I'm getting cold. How many icebergs around now? Where's my bent spork? There it is. Very poor weapon indeed.
Over for the globalists.
Oh, here's Gears. Oh. You need a different pile of gears? Because I got a different one. Nice. Mhm. Parcels? What do you mean? There's stuff I stole from graves. Mm. The beasts are approaching. No! I'm being attacked by a sudden swarm of penguins. Out of nowhere. I found the pig village. Big pig village. Found the pig king. Oh, the dogs are under attack. Oh, it's a good place to be, the pig village, because the dogs and the pigs will fight. Yeah, and the dog is dead. Here comes the next guy. Yes, this is the meta. Come to the pig village when the dogs come, because they'll beat the shit out of the dogs. And I found the beefalo, yes! Alright, beefalo bell. Oh, I'm freezing to death. So many penguins. Yeah. Wait, why doesn't the world end if we're both dead? Huh? Oh, I see. Huh? No. Oh, like what? 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 Oh no. R.I.P. to the world. Oh no no. Hang on a sec. Oh, hello, hello. Sorry, my dad got home from golfing. It's snowing now, I guess. You can make warm clothes. I'll try. We need beefalo hide, I think. Hello?
Hello.
Hello there. How's it going?
All good?
Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm freezing to death. And we're failing the name of the game, unfortunately.
All good. I'm sitting here. I figured just come pop in. I'm sitting here trying to get my classroom wish list together
Classroom wish list. You
for
teacher?
next year. Yes. They're
Nice.
trying to figure out what I want to put on it for this year.
Good call.
Me too,
Yeah.
buddy. Yeah, I'm on it right now on my other screen. I just kind of been back and forth between the two.
You're welcome. I need.
I think I actually have that one. I think my I think me and my husband share game inventory, so I think he actually had it.
Nice. Oh, you got like the family share thing?
I think that's what he did. Something like that. I got $14 for that. Hell no, people. Sorry. Trying to find shit that's not like hella expensive.
Yeah.
Especially because I'll probably have at least 20 to 25 kids this year. Huh? Just the different supplies, because it's so much, like, through the year. I can't tell you how much money I paid out of pocket for supplies for the kids. Oh no,
Keep track of those expenses. Those are at least write-offs.
yeah, I
'Cause
do. I just actually bought a printer to
Nice.
have for at home, and I have it, the proof of purchase so that I can submit it for this year.
Good stuff.
It's like pulling teeth to get the, school board to pay for stuff. Like we were talking last night, those kids are so damn far behind, and you try to get the stuff to help them, but it gets expensive after a while.
That's tough.
I had kids come with notebook sacks. Like, a lot of our kids are on Title One, which means they get free or reduced lunches. Just because the school I'm at is such low income. But there's one little kiddo, like, every time we would go on a break, I would load up her book sack with snacks because I knew her
Oh,
situation at home.
no. I
Me
hated
and a
school
bunch of
too.
teachers kind of jumped together, and bought, because it was her and her little sister in pre-K, and we got like supplies, and they bought like Christmas presents. Didn't tell me because I was out sick with the flu, or I would have put in for it. But those kiddos go through so much, like, the ones I've taught at least.
It's a little bit more nationalized. Yeah. I think you have we have better like middle schools, and you guys got better universities.
Shit, that may not be for much longer. I mean, you know how many kids with that
Yeah,
damn no kid left behind bullshit they passing kids who
yeah,
can't even read.
yeah. That's happening everywhere basically. Just stop giving a shit.
I got so many kids this year that they passed the next grade, and I'm like, they're not LEAP ready. They're not third grade standardized test ready. I got one, they passed her along. You ask her to spell the word the. She cannot even spell THE. It's like KCG. Like, no, her mom kept her out of school for 2 months and had her out on the streets at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Why?
Mm, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the mom basically, I don't want her no more. Pushed her off on a relative.
That's
And the
awful.
relative who's already raised all of her own kids is now taking charge of these little ones just so that, because it was 3 of them, just so that they would have a chance at a better life.
That's heartbreaking.
Oh, yes, trust me. We for 2 months while when she transferred, we knew something was going on, and we couldn't figure out what. Like, we weren't sure what was actually going on. And then the aunt kind of told us like what was going on. I'm like, my jaw just dropped. I'm like, holy shit! And it's the sweetest freaking kid.
Aw.
Comes in every day. Good morning, Miss Johnson. Gives me a hug and everything. Comes give me a hug before she gets on the bus. Huh? Married into it. My maiden name is, yeah, long. My maiden name's Chaponche, so that's a mouthful in itself. Do not
I
miss that.
I don't think we can. How are you still alive? You're dead? I I you just chop down a tree and make a fire. I don't think we can survive like this. We're not prepared. We took too long to get ready for this era. I didn't either, but now we're too far behind. We can't survive like this. I'm just gonna keep dying. I don't even have anything to burn anymore. I burned everything. My axe broke. I'm dying. I don't want it anymore. This sucks. I'm just gonna keep dying. There's nothing I can do. It happened really quickly too. Winter just came and hit like a ton of bricks. I know it came on like with a few little hints and then it dropped snow and we just started freezing it. So. No, I just kept dying, so I logged out. I don't know. Yeah, we can try again. We can save that for later if we can figure out a way to get around it. That one might be cooked. We need to go hunt down beefalo, which are really far away, and then use them to make the beefalo hide outfits. It will just die on the way. But we also want to post up. We don't want to be posted up too far from spawn, right? I am a bank, and my currency is cum. Whatever you prefer, my friend. Utopia. Yeah. Call it. Yeah. Drink water. I'm bad at it. I call it Fattopia. It's a fat man's world, and we're just living in it. But freaky, Freaktopia. No, that's not good. When they're mating, their asses turn red and they become really violent and aggressive. What character are you gonna be this time? That's not a good idea. Yeah. Dude, I had a Slim Jim. This is like orange grease. I put it in the microwave and it melted and left a tiny little turd of meat, and the rest was just orange grease.
Oh, we went barrier today. Yeah. She's
That's okay.
actually with her technical grandmom. So she's kind of in the back of my parents' yard. But I was like, I told him, I was like, hey, you have a tractor. Dig a hole. Because I ain't digging it with a shovel.
Hand me my shovel, I'm going in. Yeah. Put her in the oven. Delicacy. I'm not. Yeah, I'm thinking here. Ectoherbology. That's ghost flowers, spirit vegetables. I think I'm gonna be Winona. What do you mean change your character's face? Oh, maybe I have to unlock those new faces. Oh. Curious, and curious. Weird. Yeah, I did. I noticed that. You can make an axe. Oh, I went up, I think. Yeah, I went up. I'm following the yellow brick road. I found a dead body with a crock pot and a cookbook and recipes for. This is so good. Spoiled fish, some rot, some spoiled fish. What's in the crock pot, Doc? What's in the crock pot, Doc? There's a random crock pot out here. I just made ratatouille in it. I had some rotten fish sitting next to it and some recipe cards for stuffed pepper poppers and spicy chili. 2 meat, 1 tomo root, 1 pepper. 1 pepper, 2 morsel, 1 potato. Oh, these are recipe cards for this crock pot. I'll leave them here. I don't think I can pick up the crock pot. I'll leave it here. It's just north of spawn. Oh, yeah, I can take care of that. Oh, I just found the touchstone, and does anyone actually stay there? I found the mannequin play stage again. This one's Act 1, Season 1, the doll. All right. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I'll see if I can make it, but I might just make a fire if it gets too dark before I get there. That's good. Yeah. Healthy snacks are pretty good.
Whereas my fat ass sits here and just eats a whole fucking cake. Why not?
I've been known to do that on occasion. Yes. Ratatouille.
Well, I mean, being as I have freaking 2 damn weeks of liquid diet coming up, I don't give a fuck about what I'm eating right now.
Liquid diet.
Yeah,
Sounds tough.
I get to have my stomach cut into, so to have
Oh,
a liquid diet
jeez.
for 2 weeks. And then 4 weeks of no heavy lifting, which is very hard for me to do because I'm a very independent person.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, it will be because he's already said do not be a stubborn ass because I'm the same one who decided to climb a tree with a cast on my leg. So
Well,
I have no, like, yeah. Only reason I'm not is because it's abdomen area, so that can be risky if you're not careful.
yeah.
I don't stop though. There's Daisy. Okay, shit.
Stop. Get some help.
Okay, Daisy's raising all kinds of fucking hell. I'll be right back. She's raising all kinds of hell. Last time it was freaking coyotes. I grabbed a fucking race and I chased 2 damn dogs off the other day with a rake. I ain't scared. I ain't scared. Them bitches went running too. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. Have a double barrel shotgun. Buy a shotgun, buy a drone, buy a flamethrower in your home. Fire 2 blasts outside. Oh my god, I just found a pig village and you have to see how dense this fucking urbanization is. It's a 3x3 grid of 9 houses as close as possible they can get together. It's brutal. There's so many of them. Look at this. Run away. Who are you? I kill now. No, don't run into the village. Oops. I got balls. Balls in my jaws. Oink oink boogie. Ein Schweinhund. Ein Steinenberg. No bully. Now who's laughing? Certainly not you, because you're dead.
I'm back.
Feels pretty decent. I got some gold. I also just got 3 freshwater fish. A yeasty dish. That's so delish. Mama, I'm a scared. This is the way, mein Bruder. Murder fish. Tonkatsu ramen. A BLT sandwich. Ice cream sandwich. I like ice cream sandwich. You wouldn't like it, it's vanilla ice cream. I also had a cinnamon bun. Let me guess. Someone touched your sweet roll. I can probably do science. She blinded me with science. I just wanted to see what would happen, and guess what? Wasn't good. I need to chop wood. And I need to chop wood, I need to carry water. Four is all I need. I'm chopping this one. I'm chopping this one. Science machine incoming. That's crazy work. I can't sleep cause y'all. You ain't gonna sleep cause of me. Yeah, it fell on the floor. You want food? I got plenty of food. Oops. Here you go. Oh, God. Oh. Just a second. Dad brought me some pierogies. He's the best. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna go cook them into meatballs. Oh wait, there's a house right here I should smash.
Smash the house.
Okay, I
Smash it real
smashed
good.
that pig house. Killed the pig and smashed his house, and that was that. No problem. Shoutouts to OG games. I just crafted myself some delicious Swedish meatball.
Just hearing the oop tells me you just got into some trouble.
I put a Ratatouille in his inventory. I ran up to him and threw Ratatouille at him. Want to put seeds in them?
The very sad moment when I have to put frickin' magnetic boards on my wish list because none of my boards in the classroom are magnetic.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Of what, the board? Mm-mm.
Did y'all ever get smart boards at your school for a period?
We have them still, and I frickin' oh. It's nice to have the presentations up, but it's a pain in the ass because, like, the school that I work at, I cannot deviate from the teacher's manual.
Hmm.
So there's stuff that I'm like, okay, this would work better for the kids doing this, 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 this. I can't do it because they're not gonna allow me to.
Damn.
So, okay, let me see. Reading, cleanup, breakfast, lunch. There's be some nice fancy school where you can actually go and go to breakfast and all that crap. Not like our school.
Nope. Fun for the weekend. I don't know. I don't actually know if you can control that. It might just be that you can use it to cross over bodies of water. Like it creates land. Hmm. That's crazy. I found the beefalo. They're way up north. Mhm. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to Strawberry Field.
Nothing is real. Nothing to get hung about. Strawberry fields forever. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, there's an evil mosquito attacking me. Yeah, I was in a swamp. Oh! The merms got me.
Don't Starve is a pretty tough game to pick up and get good at, so I wanted to see if I could make some more content that might help out some newer players in the game today. And I thought it would be fun to look back at some of my early experiences in the game and give you guys some tips that I really would have loved when I was starting out. So I rewatched my entire first series of Don't Starve Together from way back in 2015, and firstly, I would not recommend. It's pretty garbage, not gonna lie. But I did pick up on a bunch of things that I think would be helpful for new players. So for starters, you don't need to have a base set up by the end of day one. You don't need to build a fire pit or even a campfire on the first night. For the first few days, the night will be very short. On day one, it's only 60 seconds long. So making a torch is a much more efficient use of your resources, and it doesn't require you to build an axe and chop down trees for logs. If you're worried about needing to cook food, then don't. Most characters will lose 75 points of hunger in a day and start off with twice that much. So you can often go at least a day without eating anything at all. And for reference, 75 hunger is 6 raw carrots or 6 roasted berries. So it really doesn't take
What?
much to look after your hunger early on.
The
You
merms
also
got
don't want to
me.
get tied down to a base at the beginning of the game. I made the
Worms
mistake
got
of setting
me.
up a camp very early on, and if you have to keep returning to the one spot,
I made it 4
really
days.
limits the area you can explore. The world in Don't Starve can be quite large, and one of the primary things you should do in the game is to try and see what your world has to offer. Where is the Pig King? Where is the Oasis?
They
Where is
killed a giant
Matas,
tentacle, and I wanted to go for the tentacle
Beefalo,
meat. I
Sinkhole,
played a stupid game.
and you
They
get
they
the
they killed me. They pummeled me into the tar.
So you want to know the essentials to surviving your first year in Don't Starve
It's
Together
only bubbling up in the La
without watching
Brea
a
tar pit.
multi-hour-long video? I got you, even if you're a beginner. I'll achieve this by including only the bare essentials to make it through your first year. This way you'll know what tasks you should aim to have done by each season, and therefore be able to build a timeline of milestones to work toward. Then once you've mastered the essentials, you can adventure through the world yourself to discover areas and bosses for you to conquer. Most of the background footage in this video is me doing a real essential playthrough of the game to make sure I got the timings of all the milestones correct. And don't worry, during each season there will be spare time for you to take time to work toward the milestones that I'll present, or you can spend the time doing something of your own choosing. Let's get started. World creation. When creating your world, I'd recommend the survival playstyle. Then make sure you enable caves, as there's a lot of content in there that you don't want to miss out on. The only mod I'd say that is essential is geometric placement, as it allows you to place structures neatly. But if you're playing on console, don't worry, everything that I'm going to show you is still possible. You can also use the craft pot mod, which will help you experiment and learn crockpot recipes. Moving on to character selection. Each character has unique abilities with upsides and downsides, but for a beginner I'd recommend Wendy or Willow since they effectively have bodyguards to keep you safe. Though in this video I'll be using Wilson, who has little to no upsides or downsides, along with not using his skill tree, so that my essential strategies are generic and therefore will work with all characters. So you can pick whoever you want and this guide will still work. How to essentially not die. The aim of the game is not to die, so how do you die? Well, you have 3 meters in the top right of your screen, starting with health. If this hits 0, you of course die. Next, your hunger meter will slowly drain by 75 points per day, and once it hits 0, you will begin starving, which will drain your health at a rate of 1.25 points per second, which after 2 minutes will cause you to die. For your information, one in-game day is 8 minutes in real time. Lastly is your sanity meter, which doesn't directly kill you, but as it gets lower, your world will look more and more desaturated. And once it drops below half of its maximum, you'll notice dark figures spawning around you. Then once your sanity reaches 15% or less of its maximum, you're in trouble, as those dark figures will now be aggressive and attack
So I
you.
made it
These
half an
shadow
hour
creatures
in
can
without
be
dying.
killed to restore your sanity, but if they manage to hit you, they will of course deal damage to your health, which eventually could cause you to die. But we don't have to worry about sanity just yet, as when we spawn in, all our meters are full up, so let's get started. You begin the game in autumn, which lasts 20 days. Autumn has no adverse weather effects, which will cause you to die. But starting on day 21, winter will begin, where the world gets cold among a few other dangers. So in autumn, the essential milestones are to explore the map while gathering materials, set up a base and a food source for hunger and healing, and prepare for winter before it comes. So let's get started with that first milestone. On day 1, we're going to stay within the starter biome. You can tell which biome you're in from looking at the color of the turf under your feet. The starter biome will be mostly bright green grass turf, some yellow savanna turf, and a little bit of dark green turf, and this biome won't have many dangers. During our time here, we're going to pick 40 twigs from saplings, 40 pieces of grass from grass tufts, and grab at least 3 flint we see laying down on the floor. For now, don't attack anything, and if you get attacked, simply run away until the mob leaves you alone. Birds will also occasionally drop seeds after they fly away. Make sure to pick these up throughout the entirety of your first autumn. But Jakey, I can't find any saplings, grass tufts, and or berry bushes. Don't worry, my child. Sometimes your world can generate with alternative sources of twigs, grass, and berries. These alternative resources are twiggy trees, grass geckos, and juicy berry bushes. If you get a twiggy tree world, you'll find twigs on the floor. Then you can make an axe to chop down twiggy trees to get more twigs. Twiggy trees also drop a twig every time that they grow. If you have a grass gecko world, you'll only find grass tufts in the savanna biomes, but you'll find grass geckos in rocky biomes. Approach a herd of grass geckos to scare them into dropping their tails, which is a piece of grass. It then takes them 2 days for their tails to regrow. Finally, rather than normal berry bushes, you might get juicy berry bushes. These berry bushes grow 3 juicy berries at a time and take longer to regrow berries than normal berry bushes, but these juicy berries spoil a lot faster than regular berries. Speaking of berries, you'll see berry bushes and carrots all over the place. Make sure to pick these while we're exploring, as these will be our main food source for the early game. Your hunger drains 75 points per day.
Looking at all this
the
shit.
equivalent of 6 carrots per day to keep up with your
Downfall
hunger
is I
drain.
can't be
As
like,
long as
oh
you
yeah, I
start on
definitely
move,
need all
getting as
this
much food per
until
day
I
should
know
be
what
very
grade I'm
easy to
teaching.
achieve. Any item which has a colored background behind its inventory icon means it can spoil. Green means it's fresh, orange means it's stale,
Weird they
and
don't
red
tell you ahead
means
of time.
it is rotten. Food
Well,
gives you
I'm
stat
not
restoration
fully
when they're
certified,
stale or rotten. You won't
um,
need to worry about this, as carrots
so I'm
stay
actually
fresh for
teaching
5
what they
days
call a
before turning
temporary
stale, and your
authorization
world
to
will have used them
teach.
before then. Now, if you
Oh,
find
okay.
that you did take some damage,
while I
then
work
don't
on my
worry, as if
certification.
you chase down a butterfly which spawns from a flower and force attack it, you will kill it in 1 hit. The butterfly wings the butterfly drops heal for 8 health. A few of these will go a long way in recovering early game health. Uh-oh, it just got a little darker outside.
Let's just say they're
Dusk has
desperate for
arrived.
teachers.
During dusk, your sanity will slowly
Yeah.
drain at 5 per minute, but will solve
I
this sanity
imagine they
drain
would
later.
be, 'cause
Also at dusk, some mobs will go
it's
home
not
like butterflies
the
and
most
bees,
attractive
while
field
other
right
mobs
now.
will come out to play like moleworms and spiders. You don't need to do anything differently than
Well, I mean,
daytime
you
during
try-
dusk. On the left side of your screen, you can enter the
You try to do
crafting
your
menu.
best
The
as
crafting
a
menu is
teacher to
usually
encourage
split
these
into
kids
main
and get them doing what
crafting
they need to do,
categories.
and
For now, we
then
want to pay attention to the tools
you
and
got
light
somebody's
sources
parents,
tabs. Craft
which,
yourself an
ooh,
axe. This could be used to chop down
I had a
trees
few of
for
them
logs
this
and
year.
is better than your fists
Oh,
for a weapon.
boy.
Then go into the
I'm
light
like,
Parents
source
always have
Lordy,
opinions.
man.
sword.
My
You don't need
kid's
to
a
do it yet, but when
genius. You're
nighttime
not
comes, we'll
teaching
need
him
it to
right.
stay
Yeah,
active.
he's sitting there
I like
huffing
to
glue,
order
right?
inventory like this, weapon in the
I
closest
can't tell you
slot
how
to my
many of them
equipment,
ate
then
freaking
light
pencil
source and
erasers
tool
this year.
with all my materials on the
Yeah.
left side of my inventory. Whichever
Like,
way
I
you
had
go
no
with it,
erasers
make sure you
come
remember the order so
the
you
end of the
can
year.
equip the right thing
Majority
when
of my
needed,
supplies is
especially
chewed
your light
on.
source. If you stare into the
Delicious.
darkness without a light source, your sanity will start dropping very fast. You will be unable to attack or
Oh,
work, and after a
man.
short delay, you will hear the
It just,
creature
it made me
approach
wonder, and
you.
I'm like,
And if you're still in the
y'all,
darkness, she
what
will
the
hit
fuck?
you, dealing a massive amount of damage and reducing your sanity. This will happen until you get out of darkness or you die. This is why the torch is so important. Running around with the torch
Zazzy.
equipped allows you to continue to explore during the nighttime.
Top
If
Zazzle.
you'd rather have a bigger source of light, you can light a tree on fire to light up your whole screen. But make sure that there's nothing flammable near the tree, as the fire will spread if so. You can also use some logs and grass to make a campfire. Throwing more logs
Murder
onto the
it.
campfire will let it burn brighter and for longer. You can also cook on a campfire, but for now this is not very useful, as cooked carrots give the same amount of hunger as raw carrots, and cooked berries only give 3 more hunger points than raw berries, so not really worth the time. You survived your first day. Good job. Let's keep gathering until you have 40 grass, 40 twigs, some flint, 20 logs, and all of your tools. Throughout your entire year, you'll want to keep picking grass and twigs so that you always have 40 of each in your inventory. Now it's time to look for gold. Gold is most commonly acquired by mining boulders with gold veins. These boulders can be found in the mosaic biome. This mosaic biome will always be connected to the starter biome, so run around the edge of the starter biome until you find the mosaic biome. The mosaic biome can be identified as it has a mismatch of a few different turfs, being green grassy, dark green forest, rocky, swamp, cobblestone,
You can
and
put poop
patches
in the
of water.
fire.
We're looking for the big patch of barren turf inside this biome, as that is where this biome has a meteor field, which has a bunch of gold boulders in it. But be warned, your first dangerous enemy will be nearby.
What are y'all
Toolbirds.
seeing
Toolbirds
this
will
year?
patrol an
Fucking
area
ape
around their
shit
nest and
moving.
attack
I
anything
mean,
that gets too
Daisy shit.
Toolbird makes this sound and starts moving towards you, simply run away until it stops chasing you. All the mobs in the game have an amount of time after which they will stop chasing you, and for Toolbirds they only care about defending their nest, so once you're far enough away from their nest, they will lose interest in you. Keep mining until your pickaxe breaks, then make a new one, pick up all the rocks, flint and gold that the gold boulders drop, until you have 20 gold and 40 or so rocks. Then you'll be ready to make your first advancements in science. Using 4 logs from chopping trees,
Should
4
put a little
rocks,
more
and 1
fuel
gold
in the
nugget,
fire.
you can open up the prototypers and stations tab in your crafting menu and craft yourself a science machine. You'll notice that when you craft the
Should
science
be
machine,
good.
it consumes the materials to make it, but you don't have to place it right away. This way you
Aside
can
from the
effectively
poop.
store the materials for structures in the crafting tab until you're ready to place the structure. This
It's
applies
easy to
all
get more.
structures in the
I
game.
literally
Place down
got
your
12
science
and I
machine
was
in
up
a
there for
simple
2
place, and
minutes.
let's craft some essentials. The science machine unlocks more crafting recipes,
Okay.
and once you've crafted those recipes for the first time, you can then craft them again later without a science machine. Also, each time you craft a new crafting recipe for the very first time, you gain 15 sanity. The backpack in the storage
My
solutions
God,
tab will
Daisy,
give you
just
extra
'cause the neighbor's
inventory
dog is
space, and
yelping
you can
doesn't
change
mean you
this
need a
setting
bark
in the
dog.
settings menu to have your backpack appear under your inventory rather than to the side. In the weapons tab, you can craft a spear, as it's a better weapon than an axe, but
Yeah.
hopefully we won't need to
Huh.
use it. By clicking on the spear,
Oh.
your character will automatically craft any materials that you need to make the spear. Specifically,
The mouse
spear
hypothetical?
requires a rope. This rope can be found in the refined materials tab. and
Okay,
requires 3
so you
grams
have
to craft.
died.
In
You're
the
standing
armor
at the
tab, you'll
holy
find a
gates of
lance.
heaven with
This is
Saint
going to be your
Michael and
first piece of armor,
he
requiring
wants
8
to.
logs and 2 rope. This armor
He's
piece
like, I want to
sticks
go
up
into
in
heaven.
the
I want
slot,
to
same as your backpack.
find
I recommend
eternal
wearing your
peace.
backpack, then when
And he's
you're in
like, "Okay, you
danger,
can come
quickly
in,
equip
but
the log suit, which will
you have
drop
to
your
do one
backpack
thing." He
and
holds
grant
out
you
in his
80%
palm of his
boost
hand
to
flat.
production.
He holds
And
out
lastly,
a
we'll
mouse,
make
a
a
living
hammer.
little
This can be
mouse. He
made without a
says,
science
"You
machine,
have to
but
eat
we're
this
making
mouse."
it now to hammer down our science
What do you
machine
do?
to destroy it and get back half the materials it took to craft it. Then pre-crafting another science machine in our crafting menu without placing it. Now that we have a basic weapon and armor, it's time to explore slightly more dangerous biomes. We're looking for forests next, specifically forests with dark green turf.
not take the
and will
fight.
contain hostile spiders and neutral pigs.
Wait,
Unless you're a
what?
monster character.
I
then
said
the
this
pigs
is
will
the
also be
hypothetical,
useful. There
alright?
will be 2
He
guaranteed
wants me to give you the mouse
forests of this type
hypothetical.
in the
You
world. These
have
2
died. You've
guaranteed
passed away
forests
to
are
the
Magic
afterlife,
Forest
and you've
and
gone up
Moonstone
to
Forest.
the
You'll
pearly
more than
gates.
likely find the Magic
And
Forest
Saint
first, as
Michael
it
standing there.
typically spawns connected closer to
He
the
says,
starter
you know,
biome
what's up?
than
And he's
the
like,
Moonstone
you're like,
Forest,
of course, I
which
want to go
usually
in,
generates far
find
away
eternal
from the
peace,
starter
whatever. He
biome.
says you
During
can,
your
but
exploration,
first,
you may
in
have
order
found
for me to let you in,
four pairs
He
of
reaches into his
wormholes
pocket. He
spawn
pulls
on the
out
map,
pulls
and when you
out
jump into
a
one,
little
it'll
mouse,
teleport
like a
you
cute
to
little
the
mouse
next
crawling
path.
around in
This
his
is
hand.
great
He holds it out towards you and he
exploration,
says,
as
"You have to
you'll
eat this
definitely find
mouse
new
in order to
biomes.
get
But
into
each time
heaven."
you jump into a wormhole, you will lose 15
Mm-mm.
sanity. So don't jump into them too many times to avoid going
Um.
insane. You might even find Chester on your travels. He can be used for portable
You don't know
storage
that.
and punching
You don't
bags
know
of
if it would do
enemies.
that.
But
You
in
don't.
case
You have
you
no
don't find him,
context.
I won't
All you have
recommend anything
is
essential in
the
this guide,
guardian of the
including,
pearly gates
storing things
holds out a
while
mouse
you
and says you have
gather
to eat it in order to get
materials
in.
on the map. But if you find him, you absolutely can. After exploring, hopefully you found the
Oof.
Mandrake Forest.
I don't
It's
think I
pretty
can do
neat
it.
because as a big patch of bright green turf in the middle of the forest,
You
there's
don't have a
2 to
deep.
4
Well, I
Mandrake
presume.
planted
I
in.
presume he
Put in
wouldn't have a
bright
deep
green
fryer
turf
by the
areas,
holy
you'll find
gates.
trees, pig houses, and spider dens. Depending on the time of day, the forest may be more
Can,
or
but
less
would he?
dangerous
For
for
you, we
During
don't know.
daytime,
We
pigs
don't know
come out
about
of their
that.
houses and spiders go back to their nests. Then
I
during
mean, I
dusk
already
and night,
joked with my
pigs go
husband
into
that
their
we're both
houses
going to
and
hell,
spiders
so
come
why
out
not?
of their nests.
Yeah.
And naturally, pigs will
I
attack
do.
spiders on
According
sight,
to my
so they
in-laws,
might
we're
help
going to
you.
hell,
Either
so
way,
why
we're going
not?
to evict and kill some
So you eat.
piggies
Do
by
you eat the
hammering
mouse
down their
then?
houses. Doing this gives you
Hell
half the
no.
materials it takes
I
to
couldn't.
No,
build
you.
I don't think I could.
He said. He said, okay, you can't come in.
the refined versions
I
of
don't think I could
molten
eat the
rock,
mouse.
and of course pigskin. This pigskin is a
Okay,
key
he
ingredient
folds
in
up his
armor
arms, turns up his
and
nose,
your
says,
go-to
okay, you can't
weapon
come in
for a
then.
while. After evicting a piggy, make sure there's
Oh,
no other pigs around.
hello,
Then equip
Satan.
your spear
You're
and
my new
locksuit
friend
and
then.
prepare to engage in
Because
combat.
I ain't
Attack
eat
the
no
pig
damn
and
mouse.
dodge the pig's attack by stepping away. Then run toward him quickly before he starts moving
good.
and do 3 or 4
I
hits
gave
before dodging
I
again.
gave
If you
Chris
get
that
hit,
hypothetical
it
right
is
when we
okay,
got to
as
super
your
greed and it
locksuit
caused
does
us to lose the
80%
game.
damage to its durability rather than your health. If you attack a pig with other pigs nearby,
He
they
crashed
will
out,
run
the
to
game
attack you
ended.
too. This legion behavior is true for most mobs in the game. If you attack one, it will rile up other creatures of the same type nearby. So don't be attacking a pig if there's lots of them nearby. This means a decent strategy might be waiting for evening time, then hammering down
bring
one
you
pig
something.
house at a time so you only have to fight one pig at a time. Once you have defeated the pig man, good job. It has a 25% chance to drop pig skin, but ideally we want 2 bits of meat, which means killing pigs until you get those 2 bits of meat. If your log suit's durability gets low, then take some time out to chop down some trees and craft a new log suit. If you're wearing a piece of armor which breaks because it runs out of durability, your character will automatically
Why
equip
not
another piece of
to
the
be a
same armor from your inventory. Once you've acquired your 2 meat, good job. You can stop killing pigs now, but continue breaking their houses until you have 10 boards,
Goddamn
10
gobbler.
cut stone, and 10 pigskin. This equates to 5 total pig houses. What's up, guys? It's me, Banjo the Business Pig. W.I. Ilson. I'd rather you didn't use your on my house. The only way I'll make that money
Let a
is by
boy
having
cook.
you listen to me talk to you about the new Red Magic 10 Pro. Red Magic sent me the new Red Magic 10 Pro, which I'm told has a major performance boost over all their previous generations. Wait. Anime Girl Virtual Assistant? Whoa! If you're interested in the Red Magic 10 Pro, give it. Now let's take on a spider nest for 8 silk. We'll avoid
Hey everybody, Jazzy here. This is my beginner's guide to your first autumn in Don't Starve Together. I've made a few Ruins Rush guides, but a new player to the game is going to want to focus more on just surviving and preparing for their first winter. So I'm going to walk you step by step through your first season in the game, what to gather, and how to protect yourself. This guide assumes you're doing a solo run, and if you're playing on a community server, I'd be a little more considerate about world resources and maybe not smash down every pig house I see. I'll be using Wilson in this playthrough because he has no real downsides, and also grows a beard that helps out with freezing in winter. He also gets extra hunger from bacon and eggs, which is fairly easy to make. Lastly, I like that he doesn't have any real combat advantages,
that's
so you
nice.
still need to kite mobs, which is a very important skill to develop. So for those reasons, I would definitely recommend him to a beginner. But you might find the advantages of other characters more alluring, so the choice is up to you. I'm creating a survival world with all default settings,
Frog
so
witch.
wildfires will still be an issue in summer. Feel free to customize the world any way you want, and don't let anyone tell you how the game should be played. Now, to immediately contradict myself,
It's the
I
rot
would
for
highly
me.
recommend turning lag compensation to none in your settings. This feature basically lets you pretend that you have no lag, but as a result, it does not show you the true location of your character. So you end up getting hit by mobs even if your character is visibly out of range, and it's just not helpful when you're trying to learn how to dodge attacks. Better to just get
This is
acclimated
the
to the
end for
slight
you, you
input delay and
gutter-crawling
learn to enter
cur.
commands a little bit earlier than you need them done. But without further ado, let's get started on survival in the Constant. Day 1, you will pop out of the portal into a starter biome.
Don't
Your first
starve.
goal is to grab twigs and grass.
Choose
If you can get
different
20 of each on
path.
day 1, that'll be a good
Become
start.
unstarvable.
Generally speaking, it's hard to take too many. You're also going to want at least 2 flint for making your first pickaxe. Once you mine your first boulder, you'll have more flint for making other tools. Also, feel free to pick carrots and berries around here. They are a good food source for your first autumn and can be found all over the world. You can
Nap
also grab
time.
some butterfly wings for healing. I like to use the left mouse button
Nah.
to kind of lead the butterfly and then control F when I'm on top of it.
Nah.
Butterfly wings restore 8 HP and are one of the best early healing foods.
I
Now
put
your
lots
next
of
objective
log.
is to find gold so you can make a science machine. There's an area called the Mosaic biome which almost always generates close to the portal. So scan the area, and when you start seeing random patches of barren ground and gray rocky turf, you're in the Mosaic. Search for these boulders with gold veins. Craft your first pickaxe and mine the boulder, and as soon as you get the extra flint, you can craft an axe. Mine a few of these gold boulders because you're gonna want rocks as well. I'd say if you go through 2 pickaxes, you'll have a good amount of minerals to start with. The only other thing we need for our science machine is tree meat. Equip your axe and start chopping that wood. With 4 logs, we can do the science. These crafting stations unlock new item recipes, and once you prototype something, you can craft it any time, no station needed. But for now, let's place our science machine down. The first thing
Need
you want to craft is a backpack,
meat.
which takes up your body slot and adds 8 extra inventory spaces. And before we go into a crafting frenzy, make sure that you keep 2 twigs and 2 grass in your inventory for a torch. Otherwise, this will become an unseated any % death speedrun once night falls. Okay, back at the station, let's prototype a shovel, which can be used to dig up tree stumps and other useful things. Next, prototype rope from the refined tin.
love
And now you can make a
energy
spear, which will be your
drinks.
first dedicated weapon. I say dedicated because your axe will also make for a decent weapon and is totally sufficient until you get a hambat. But you're going to want to eventually prototype a spear, so you might as well do it now. Okay, time to make your torch and
Eat
equip it.
yourself
If
a
you're ever in darkness, you
sandwich.
will be attacked by Charlie, so
Eat
always
your
make
bad
sure to have
self
a
a
light source in your
sandwich.
inventory. Ideally 2 in case 1 runs out. Unless you have meat to cook, I wouldn't build a campfire. Just keep a torch on you so you can stay on the move at night. Now, with 2 more rope and 8 logs, you can make your first piece of armor, the log suit. For starter armor, this is a really good piece of equipment. Armor is pretty important in Don't Starve, and you
Motherfucker,
should
it's cold in
always
this
equip
damn
some
house.
before fighting. Mobs hit hard, and armor reduces a lot of damage. In my experience, the majority of
much?
combat deaths occur when
69
players are not
degrees.
very
Nice.
the last thing you want to craft is a hammer. This will let you destroy structures, and with it,
me
you can reclaim
see.
half of the materials from your science machine.
The husband
you
is
can then
sleeping, so
craft
I
your
have no
next
idea
science machine and
what the
keep
hell
it
temperature
pre-built
he
in
put
your
this out.
inventory
How
for next
funny.
time. Now here's something that I really wish I knew when I started playing. If you click build on a structure in your crafting tab, you spend the materials from your inventory and get the placer on your tooltip. If you right click to cancel placing,
He got it on
then it will
168,
stay
but
pre-built
let
in
me
your
see.
crafting
No,
menu,
and the
and
AC
you can
ain't even
place it
above where I
anytime
sit.
you want.
It's just
So in
freaking
general,
cold.
you want as many structures pre-built as possible, as it frees up tons of space. You can basically treat your crafting menu as an extension of your inventory. Okay, now it's time to start exploring. One of the most important goals in First Autumn is to map out as much of the world as possible and learn the location of different resources. I like to do this by walking all the way around the edge of the map. This will just ensure that you don't miss any biome that might not be connected via roads. If you find a touchstone, you can use your hammer to break the surrounding pig heads for some quick pig skin and twigs. And if you die, you can float to one of these for a one-time resurrection. By the way, if you spot this gigantic beehive, you can totally hammer it until there's no more honey dripping out of the top hole. It's a super easy way of getting a few quick bits of honey. Just don't hammer it anymore after that unless you want to get boosted by a giant bee. Try to pop open sinkholes that you encounter, even just to take a look around downstairs. It'll give you a feel for the layout of the caves for when it's time to go looking for the ruins. You should also grab some light bulbs down here so that you can make a lantern at your first alchemy engine. Another good early game healing source is cooked basilisk wings. Bats will spawn out of sinkholes that you open up, so just throw on some armor and hit them twice with your spear. Cooked wings give 8 HP, so you can think of them as ugly butterfly wings. Feel free to check suspicious tracks in the early days of the game. The chances of a Varg or Yukis are very low at the start, and koalefants are great sources of meat. Once you find one, you can either trap it on the edge of land or wait for it to fall asleep at night and then get that first hit in. Once you hit it, it will aggro onto you, at which point you can start to kite it. Dodge its attack, hit 6 times, then dodge again. You will get a lot of meat, so try to cook it right away so that it lasts longer, but be sure to save 2 raw meat for a hambat. As you encounter spider dens, Try to take down a few of them early on. Over time they will upgrade and can easily overrun parts of the world with spiders. Now fighting spiders is pretty straightforward. They can be stun locked, so if there's one, just keep swinging until they die. It can get tricky in larger numbers, so try not to get more than 3 attacking you at once. Silk is an important crafting ingredient, so you should start to stock up on it now. Now this part is optional. If you want to get a head start on Nightmare Fuel,
He has
you can
things to
totally
say.
go for it in the early days by snacking on some green mushrooms. You will want to eventually get comfortable with being insane and fighting shadow creatures, because Nightmare
Mine
Fuel
was
is
doing
one of
that
the
too.
most valuable resources. Early
Mine
game
was
is a
doing
good
that to
time
my
go
husband. He
insane
was pissed
because
off
you
because he
don't have
wanted
deal with lots of other threats
he wanted
simultaneously.
a fresh
You don't
litter
need to be
box
constantly insane, but if you
to go
can
poop
manage
in. I'm
to
like,
get
seriously?
9 Nightmare Fuel before the full moon on day 11, you can upgrade Chester and expand your inventory space. Now, if you have lag compensation turned off, sometimes you can sneak in a hit with shadow creatures before they bite, then strike again after they bite. You don't have to, but it definitely moves things along and kills the shadows a lot faster. Also, keep swinging when they disappear, because if they reappear on top of you, then you can get another free hit in before they have a chance to attack. If you pass through a desert, definitely take the time to open some tumbleweeds. You can quickly get a lot of twigs and grass. Plus, they have a good chance of dropping gears, which are not super plentiful on the surface. You can also get trinkets for the Pig King. Now, I like to wait to make my first alchemy engine until I have some pig skin and light bulbs, but you can make it as soon as you get enough wood, gold, and rocks. At a science machine, you want to prototype cut stone, doodads, and boards. You'll need all 3 ingredients to prototype an alchemy engine. This will unlock most of the non-boss science items in the game. Now, the first
Oh
thing
no,
I'll make
my
here is a
wetness is
football helmet.
increasing.
It's basically a log suit for your head and will dramatically increase your
I'm
survival
at level
odds
1
because
moisture.
You can be protected all the time without
This is
taking off
surely a
your
bad
backpack,
sign.
so any surprise attacks won't bite into your health nearly as much.
Hey, what's up,
Then you wanna
guys? It's
prototype
Critical.
a Hambat. This weapon will see you well through the late game. It has unlimited uses and slowly loses power over time. Dark swords are stronger, but they have limited uses and are more expensive. So unless I really need to maximize my damage output, the Hambat will be my primary weapon for the vast majority of the game. If you grab light bulbs, be sure to craft a lantern. As a light source, it is a considerable upgrade from a torch that can be carried, it can be placed on the ground, and refueled with light bulbs. If you want a miner hat, then you'll want to craft a net, which will allow you to catch fireflies. You can make a net at a science machine, but you'll need alchemy to craft the hat. Now you can hammer your alchemy engine and get moving again. Just be aware that until you pre-craft the next one, those materials are going to take up 3 inventory slots. So if possible, try to have the materials to pre-build your next engine so that you can free up that space. Pigs are a good source of meat and pig skin, and kiting them is fairly straightforward. Hit them once, dodge their punch, and then you can hit them up to 4 times before their next attack. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you can completely stun lock them and just keep swinging until they're dead. Pig houses are a very good early game resource because they can be hammered for boards,
Why are you
cut
burning
stone,
down
and
the
pig
forest?
skin. You can use these materials to build alchemy engines as you explore the map, and the pig skins can be used for handbats and helmets. Then later on, you can use the
I'm
materials
back.
for building. I wouldn't worry too much about destroying these because before
Oh,
winter
you
hits,
do,
we're going to rebuild some of the pig houses in a much more convenient location for farming. A pig house in the middle of a savanna or forest is not going to do you much good. Fireflies come out at night, and you can catch them with a bug net. You only need 1 along with a straw hat and gold to make your first miner hat. This will keep your hand slot free, so it's much easier to fight and work at night. As long as you got an alchemy engine down, you can craft up a top hat from 6 silk. This will provide a nominal sanity boost, plus you'll need one eventually for a prestidigitator. I love my Chester plushie, but I already regret picking this skin. You can always prototype stuff for instant sanity gain, and there are plenty of structures such as lightning rods that you will eventually want. So might as well prototype as much as you can in the early days. In the Oasis Desert, you will likely come across some Volt goat herds. This is a great source of large meat at every stage of the game. As long as you leave 1 goat alive, the herd will slowly repopulate with goats. So feel free to kill a few off if you're in need of meat. They'll run away from you, but like the koalas, you can just wait until night for them to fall asleep. And then you can get in 5 hits before they wake up and attack. After that, you can sneak in 2 hits between headbutts. Each goat drops 2 large meat, and the occasional horn that can be used to make a Morning Star, which is a very nice weapon to have in spring. Wow, we are only on day 7, so this is going to be a multi-part series. I guess I talk a lot, but hopefully the info is
Alright,
useful.
I need
So
to make
next
some
time we'll
electrical
finish up
doodads.
autumn and
I
get
just
ready
made
for
2 of
winter.
those.
Thanks for
Now we just
watching.
need some
Let me know in the
boards.
comments what questions you have, and see you next time.
Choppy. Chop. Wood. Oh, give me the. Yes. Yeah. I do.
Hey everybody, Jazzy here. This is part 2 of my series of beginner guides for your first few seasons in Don't Starve Together. So let's jump right back into it with Wilson. Now, autumn is your first season and it lasts 20 days, and you're gonna want to stay on the move for at least the first half, just eating on the go and mapping out as much of the world as possible before you pick a place to settle down. One important biome to discover is the swamp, because it contains reeds, which are an immovable resource. You should always wear armor while moving through here because it contains a lot of dangerous mobs such as merms and spiders. The biggest threat is tentacles, which pop out of the ground and attack you. Try to stay constantly on the move. Listen for low rumbling sounds and look for bubbles in the ground. If a tentacle starts to pop up, just move away as quickly as possible. They hit twice for a total of 68 damage, so you really don't want to get stun locked by one. But while you're here, be sure to collect at least 8 reeds so that you can pre-build a bird cage. The iBone for Chester usually appears on the brick road. The swamp is a weird location for it, but not unheard of. Chester is an important follower in the early game because he provides an extra 9 slots of inventory space, which will help you immensely when you are out gathering resources. Around day 7 or 8, you'll get your first hound wave. Now, these early waves are not a huge threat, and you always have the option of just, throwing on armor and tanking the hounds in low numbers. But if you want to kite them, just dodge their first bite, and then you can hit them twice before they bite again. Or with the fresh Hambat, just dodge 1 bite, then swing 3 times to kill them. Try to keep pre-building structures for your base whenever you get the chance. If you want to throw down an alchemy engine to craft something, try to prototype multiple things. It'll get you some easy sanity back and save on inventory space. Right here, I am pre-building a bird cage. This structure is important because it'll allow you to feed extra meat to a bird in exchange for eggs and cook a ton of additional crockpot recipes. On that note, as long as we're stopped, I'm gonna burn a few trees and chop them for charcoal so that I can pre-build a crockpot. This is one of the most important structures in the game. With it, we're gonna cook dishes and get the most out of our foods. In a game called Don't
Oh.
Starve, it is no surprise that cooking
Shall I
meals
just go
will be central
demolish
to
that
your
one and
survival
bring
strategy.
it over
If you
here?
have
then?
spider glands, then you can burn a few extra pieces of twigs or petals for ash and
I know how to
prototype
cook
some
in it. You
healing
put
sounds.
3. You
They're
put
not
4
an
objects in it. You
amazing
click
healing
cook.
source, but they won't spoil, so it never hurts to carry some around in case of an emergency. And remember, you can just as easily heal with the glands. They won't be as strong, but you'll save on some rocks. Your choice. As before, try to pre-build your next alchemy engine immediately after hammering it. Otherwise, the materials will take up 3 extra slots in your inventory. Just make a doodad, a cut stone, and 2 boards, then pre-build, right-click, and move along. Tall birds are another good source of large meat, and you can find them in the rocky and mosaic biomes on the surface. You can sneak in 2 hits between pecks, but they hit hard, so don't forget the armor. Tall bird eggs are nice because they're one of the only food items in the game that never spoil, so you can definitely hoard these eggs if you want. Just cook them before you eat them for extra hunger. Now, closer to winter, we will be setting up some farm plots,
Nope.
so start collecting seeds on the ground as you see them dropped by birds. Planted seeds will grow year-round, but they won't be dropped by birds in winter, so if you plan to farm, then it's good to collect around a stack of seeds before autumn ends. Keep an eye out for these set pieces with marble statues. Usually you can find one with clockworks. Now clockworks drop gears which are needed for ice boxes, and you'll definitely want to build some for your kitchen. Fighting the knights is fairly straightforward. After every headbutt, they will retreat until their next attack. If you get in before they retreat, you can hit them 2 to 3 times before they headbutt again. If they growl at you, then they're giving you an extra couple hits too. If you're using this time to fight shadow creatures, you will likely meet the Terror Beak, a more dangerous version of the crawling horror that moves faster, has more HP, and bites much harder. Don't go for that first attack before the bite unless you are really confident
like
in
the
your
Doge
kiting
is
skills.
coming.
Instead, just wait for the first bite and then swing. If you find yourself in a fight with both versions of shadow creatures, try
We
to
shall
lure the
fight
beaks
them
away and kill them
on
first because
the
they are much more of a
hillsides. We
threat.
shall fight
Now, this is the
them
deciduous
in
forest
the
filled with
fields.
birch-nut trees.
We shall fight them on
Inside
the
this
beaches.
biome is the statue of Glommer, which is where it will appear at full moon. At the base of the statue is a free pan flute, which you
shall
should
fight
definitely
them in
take.
the
Pan
Denny's
flutes can be
parking
crafted
lot.
from
We shall-
mandrakes, but it's nice to have an extra flute handy in the early game, just in case you need to quickly put a horde of spiders or hounds to sleep. And they will be very useful in boss fights. Also in the deciduous forest you will find the Pig King, usually in a village with other pig houses. During day and dusk, you can trade trinkets and meat with Pig King for gold
I need 3 more
nuggets,
charcoal
making
to
him
make
the
crock pot.
easiest renewable source of gold. He won't take monster meat, but he will take eggs, so you can convert
Beautiful.
monster meat via a bird cage and bring the eggs to him. Stale meat is definitely worth trading away before it spoils. Watch out for these pig torches. The guardian pigs are very tough to fight and can easily overwhelm you, so just stay clear if you spot one early on. If you're trying to mark connecting wormholes on your map, you can craft cheat markers such as backpacks, signs, and traps. Just leave one on either side of a wormhole and you can quickly see which ones connect just by looking at your map. In one of the
There they
holes you will find a few mandrakes in the ground. They are killed by daylight, so if you pick one during the day, they will instantly die and you can pick them up off the ground. They're non-renewable unless you're fighting Kloss, so I'd recommend not picking them at dusk or night, because they'll chase you around and are easily killed. You do not want a pig or spider eating one. Eventually the spider dens in your world will start to upgrade. If you see a den with more than one layer, take care to lure spiders away from the den before fighting them. If you hit a spider within range of a tier 2 or tier 3 den, then any spiders still inside will emerge as warriors, which can do a leap attack at you and are much harder to kill.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
On night 11, you'll get your first full moon. If you have Chester, then you can upgrade him to Shadow Chester by placing one piece of Nightmare Fuel in each of his 9 slots. Right here, I'm tanking a little bit of damage from a spider just until I can convert Chester. If I hit one, then all the other spiders will attack, and I don't want to be overwhelmed while I'm doing this. Nightmare Chester
Oh, nice.
has 3 extra inventory slots, which are very valuable to have in the early game. I didn't do it in this playthrough, but the other thing you can do during
Let's
full
cook up a
moon is
dinner
to
for
grab
us here.
Glommer's flower from the
Ooh,
statue.
that's a
This will make
morsel.
Glommer a follower, and you can bring
Mind
it
if
with
I
you.
do?
Glommer has a nice sanity aura.
And
Plus,
a
it
carrot in there for
occasionally
good
produces
measure. Oh, you're
Glommer
gonna
goop,
put
which
lots
makes
of
for
meat.
good
All
fuel.
right.
You could also eat
try
Glommer
it.
goop for a ton of health at the cost of sanity. If you kill Glommer, then you will instantly summon Krampus, and if you're hunting for a Krampus sack, then you might want to consider doing it. Glommer will then respawn on the next full moon.
All right, we made
If you're mapping
meatballs.
the
You
world
want
around
them?
the edges, then you will likely finish around the middle of autumn. Now is a good time to pick a spot to start a base. Now, the subject of base location is a guide in and of itself, but for an early
Where'd you get all
game
those morsels
base,
from?
you'll want to first consider the location of resources that cannot
From
be
murder.
relocated, such as reeds, cactus, Pig King,
I'm not
and
gonna
the
catch it.
oasis. Walrus camps are going to be important in the first winter, so I would recommend picking a spot that is in reasonable
I don't have-
proximity to
I
them.
like-
It just so
I have to
happens
click
that
on
in
it.
our world, the Dragonfly Desert is right next to the Triple Mac Tusk biome. So I'm gonna camp there for now. Deserts are an excellent choice of winter base for a number of reasons. Cactus is a year-round food source that restores sanity. Tumbleweeds can be farmed for twigs and grass when saplings and tufts stop growing, and the lava pools around Dragonfly can be used as heat sources for your thermal stone. In the Oasis Desert, you will also have Volt Goat herds for meat, and you'll be close to the Oasis if you want to continue basing there in summer. Once you pick a spot, throw down your alchemy engine and lightning rod. Then you can start to drop down your resources and free up your inventory space. Then we can start to farm. Prototype your first garden rigamajig and pick a few tiles to start cultivating for farm plots. Pick another spot for your kitchen and set down your first crock pot. You will also want to pick a nearby spot for a fire pit for light, heat, and cooking. For farming, you're going to want a shovel and a hoe. If you have the gold to spare, try making the gold version of these tools because they will last much longer than the flint versions. Set down your ice box near the crock pots and throw all of your foods inside. You will likely need to reposition the ice box once you make more crock pots, which is fine. They're not too expensive to rebuild. Now dig up the detritus from your farm plots and start to plow the soil. I like to use the snapping tills mod for hoeing because it makes neat grids, but it's not necessary. Just plow freehand if you like. Then plant some seeds so they can start to grow. The new farm system is great because you can fit a ton of crops into your farms. They will grow all year round and provide you with a ton of food. The more you tend and water these crops, the more seeds they will provide you when harvested. You want to start building up your collection of seeds now so that you can continue to grow the specific plants that you want to harvest. At this point, you can spend the rest of your autumn setting up your kitchen, gathering food and resources from nearby biomes, and prepare for first winter on day 21. In the next video, we will talk about all the remaining preparations needed in the season so that we can be as ready as possible for the cold, and then get started on winter fighting and surviving. Hope you're finding these guides useful, and see you next time. Hey everybody, Jazzy here. Welcome to my third installment in my series of guides for beginners to Don't Starve Together. When we last left off, we were getting towards the end of autumn. Ideally, enough of the mainland has been mapped out by now for us to know where most of the world's resources can be found. Before winter hits, you want to make sure that you have a plan for the cold, get organized with your base, and try to stock your fridge with at least a little bit of food. We had just planted some seeds in our farm plots, and in order to ensure that we get seeds after each harvest, we want to make sure that we water and tend to our
I know
crops
where
at
to
least
go to
once.
get gear
So
for
let's
dinner.
craft up a watering can. It won't be filled up right away, and we're gonna have to venture out from the desert to fill it up. You can still go on hunts at this point. Just be aware that as your world gets older, your odds of finding a surprise at the end of a trail increases. Case in point right here, we found a Eucus, my old nemesis.
You took everything from me.
I don't even know who you are.
You will.
These things are dangerous without a couple pigman followers, so I would stay far back. Seeing how closely it spawned to a walrus camp, I'm actually going to leave it here and use it as a walrus distraction in winter. That ought to be fun. If you find yourself low on food, you can always pick a handful of cactus. It's one of the biggest perks to basing in the desert. An excellent sanity food that grows year-round and is not affected by freezing or withering. Just cook it up before you eat it. Now, as you plant generic seeds, you want to keep a close eye on your farm because about 20% of your plants will be weeds. These add stress to your plants and some can be slightly dangerous. So if you spot forget-me-lots, tillweeds, spiny bindweeds, and fire nettles, be sure to dig these up as soon as possible. Once you plant crop-specific seeds, you won't need to do as much weeding. You can fill your watering can from any pond on the surface. Once winter hits, these ponds will freeze over, so try to have your can filled up before the end of autumn. If you need more water in winter, then you can head down to the caves, as those ponds will not freeze over. You can also use ice to refill, but it's not super efficient. If you are gathering monster meat from spider dens, keep an eye on the size of the dens, as most of them will have upgraded by late autumn. If you attack spiders while they're still on the creep surrounding a den, then all the spiders in the den will attack. And if it's a tier 2 or 3 den, then you'll get spider warriors attacking. They can lunge at you and have more health, so be sure to lure regular spiders away from the den before killing them. You will still have to deal with one spider warrior if you're trying to destroy these upgraded dens, and generally I find it easier to just finish killing the den and tank a couple hits from the spider warrior. That
thanks.
way you won't have to worry about the den regenerating spiders while you deal with the warrior. Now, forests are great for a number of resources, including spiders, pig houses, and wood. Later, when trees petrify, you can mine them for minerals
My own
such
damn
as rocks,
meatballs.
flint, and niter. So because of this, they are important biomes to revisit for supplies at practically every stage of the game. Early on, you can really benefit
Just
from
eat
smashing
it.
the random pig houses and collecting the pig skin and building materials. If you find an isolated patch of trees, then you can start a controlled fire by burning a few. Chopping burnt trees will provide you with charcoal,
Ass?
which are needed for crock pots and drying racks, both extremely useful structures for providing your character with food. For winter, I'm gonna make a 4 crockpot kitchen, and each crockpot needs 6 charcoal, 3 cut stone, and 6 twigs. Now, you'll want to place your crockpots close together so that you can have an icebox opened while placing food into the pots. Don't be afraid to hammer your iceboxes if needed because you get all the materials back minus 1
Some
gold.
more
I'm
residue.
gonna hammer this icebox so that I can place the crockpots down, and then I will replace the icebox in the middle. Tending your farm crops can be done manually via the action button. And
Alright.
later on, you will have easier methods
understand.
such as a one-man band, friendly fruit fly, or beefalo horn. But for now, feel free to tend your crops manually if you have the time. One of the first
Yeah.
crockpot recipes
I'm
you'll
gonna
want
do
to
that
learn
real quick.
is meatballs. This is an extremely versatile dish that only requires a single piece of any meat plus 3 edible filler, and it will generally add a lot of hunger value to your meat. Avoid
This is
using
your
more than
server,
a
right,
single
DA?
monster meat in any recipe, or else you get monster
Yeah.
lasagna, which hurts your health and sanity.
You
Now let's
opposed to
work on
me
getting a bird
post
in
to
your
my
bird
wish
cage.
list?
Craft a trap at your science machine with 4 silk and
Putting the
3
link from my
twigs.
teacher's
Then leave
wish
it on the
list is
ground
when
and
everyone wants
bait it
to
with a seed. Soon you should get a
get
bird
something.
trapped inside. Place this bird in your bird cage. Now, feeding the bird any meat, including
Hey,
monster meat,
I
will
got another
produce
one that I
eggs,
put.
which are
I'm
used
putting it
a
in. I'm like,
variety
you know
of
what? I am
extremely
gonna
useful
just do
crockpot
it
recipes.
and
Plus,
see what is
they
gonna
can be
happen.
used as an edible filler. You can also feed the
I'm
bird
just-
farm crops in exchange
Hmm.
for a seed, and this can be useful if you're trying to increase the size of your supply of a certain crop. Before day 21, you will want to craft a thermal stone to keep you warm in winter. Start by crafting a flint pickaxe, and then you can make a thermal stone at your alchemy engine with an additional 3 flint and 10 rocks. You can also craft a beefalo hat, which is the best insulating clothing for your first winter. But personally, I prefer the thermal stone because it allows me to continue wearing a football helm in winter. But either way, I'll show you soon how to make the hat. The next crockpot recipe I'm going to show you is bacon and eggs. It requires 2 eggs and any total meat value higher than 1. Monster meat is worth 1 full meat, so I'm going to use that plus 1 frog legs. But you can also use a morsel for the extra 0.5 meat needed. Bacon and eggs give 75 hunger and 20 health. It also lasts for 20 days, which is twice the spoilage of cooked meat. This dish is particularly helpful to Wilson because it is his favorite food and restores an extra 15 hunger. If you find yourself fighting a larger group of low damage mobs such as hounds or spiders, don't be afraid to use Chester as a meat shield. He's got 450 health and regenerates about 22 health every few seconds. So don't worry if a few mobs occasionally aggro on him because he's fairly resilient to their attacks and provides a convenient temporary distraction with managing larger amounts of enemies. Just don't overdo it. You will want to occasionally visit the caves for light bulbs to refill your lantern and miner hat. If you collect a large amount in one trip, then don't be afraid to craft multiple lanterns. This can help to minimize the number of trips you will need to make to the caves, and when you return with a bunch of bulbs, you can just refill all of your lanterns at the same time and not worry about all your extra bulbs spoiling. Later on, I'll just fill a chest with lanterns and refill them like twice a year. Your top hat may be getting low at this point if you've been wearing it a lot during autumn. Try to save it from breaking because you can eventually use a low durability top hat to craft your first magic machine once you gather the other materials that you need. Be careful when fighting spiders during dusk and night, as many spiders will be out of their dens, and hitting one spider will aggro all the other spiders in the area. Be prepared to make a retreat if the horde descends on you. You can always back off and pick off the stragglers, but always have an escape plan. Now let's talk about beefalo because they are a very good source of large meat, and you will want to learn how to pick some off from the herd and harvest them. Like spiders, attacking one will aggro all the beefalo nearby. Eventually, these extra beefalo will lose interest, and if you can keep one aggroed on you, then you can lure it away from the herd to isolate and kill it. If you're trying to kill more than one, then try to line them up so that they attack at the same time. This will maximize your attack window so that you can land a few hits before backing off again. If there is just one beefalo, then you can usually get off like 6 hits before dodging the next attack. Beefalo will drop large meat, wool, and the occasional horn.
I got my
You'll get
husband
another
one of those
Houndblade
3D
close to the
printers.
end of
He loves
autumn.
it.
They will likely still come one at a time, so you can pick them off separately if you're fast enough. Just keep in mind that there is a small chance of a red hound, and they will burst into flames when they die. So just be sure to kill them away from your backpack if you're wearing a log suit, just so that they don't burn your
There's yours,
backpack.
dude.
Okay,
One
here's
or
another
two,
example of beefalo hunting. I'm leading
One,
one
mine as
beefalo
well.
away and letting it
Well,
attack
his,
me occasionally
technically, but-
just so that it keeps chasing me. Roads are very helpful for this if you have access to one. Once you get like a couple screens away from other beefalo, then you can start to kill it. Now, I'm gonna heat up my thermal stone at the lava pool near Dragonfly. At night on day 20, you will start to freeze, so you will want to start heating up around then. Thermal stones lose durability when they go from either completely red or completely frozen back to neutral. So right here, I'm just
The
heating
enders
up
are
my thermal
nice,
stone
you
to
just gotta
yellow
watch
so that it won't
because the
lose
base
durability
doesn't
before
adhere
I get
like
back
it's
to
supposed
my
to all the
base.
time.
But once winter starts, we'll be
So
trying to keep it as hot as possible.
several
Wilson gets a lot of
instances
insulation
of
from a
shit
fully
just
grown beard, so
in the
don't
middle of
touch
printing
that
disconnect.
razor until spring at least. Back at your science machine, you can craft
Not
a
yet,
hat
we
from
kinda-
8 wool and a
Ayo.
beetle horn. I don't
Soon
plan
as
to
we
use
can,
the
we're
hat
gonna
too
update
much
it.
while traveling around and fighting during winter, but if you prefer a log suit for protection, then you may want to consider using a hat because you can stay warm a long time from the insulation. The downside of a thermal stone is that you will need to stop to reheat it more frequently to prevent it from losing durability. They're both good options though, so the choice is really up to you. By now, most of your farm crops
Hey, loves,
should
that
be
I actually
fully
have 'em
grown,
working
so
on a
you'll have
project for
good
me right
supply
now
of
for,
veggies as winter rolls around.
school
I
year.
did miss one
Something I
day,
kinda
so
wanna
I
do.
need to dig up a fully grown fire nettle. It's gonna cause a bit of temporary overheating, so I'm gonna quickly prepare a bit of healing for myself now. I have a blue cap in the fridge that'll heal for 20.
You can
and
make
then
like
I'm
a
gonna
little
eat a couple
desktop
roasted
anchor chart,
potatoes, which also heal for 20
and I want to
each.
do that
Roasted
to where I
potatoes
can
are
put
also
like
good for health,
handy
and
helpers,
you
kind
should
of,
cook these up because
for when
they
the kids
last
get
longer than
stuck.
raw tomatoes. But we're looking quite good for the
And I
start
can
of
just be like,
winter.
okay,
Fridge
grab the
jam-packed with
the anchor
meats,
chart thing
eggs,
off my desk
veggies,
and look through it
farm
and use
plots
it.
are full of additional crops. Got our thermal stone and a good-looking start to a base. I'm looking a little ragged from that fire nettle, but there's plenty options for healing, so I'm not too worried. So in winter, we're gonna start hunting walruses in the
Yeah,
hopes
yeah,
of
I'm
grabbing some very
crafting.
important gear that is only available during this season. And then we can start to expand our food sources, starting with a pig farm. And then we can continue to gather resources and prepare for our first boss fight on the night of day 30. Hope you're enjoying the series. Let me know if you have any questions so far, and we'll see you in the next guide. Take care. Hey everybody,
Pretty
Jazzy
much.
here. While I was making my beginner series, I noticed that unfortunately I didn't really cover all the crockpot dishes that I think are essential for a new player to learn. Because there are quite a few different recipes, and sometimes it can be a challenge to determine what dishes to cook in different situations. So I figured
it's
the
all
best way to
veg,
address
then
this
it'll
is
make
just to make
ratatouille,
a guide that
unless
covers
they're
what
all
I
berries, in which
consider
case
the
it'll
most
make a
important
handful of berry
recipes for a
jam.
player to know. Even if you don't become a master chef, just learning this basic collection of recipes will take you very far in the game. And this is gonna assume you're not playing as Wirt, because these are all meat dishes. Except for the last one that I threw in just for fun. If you only ever learn a single recipe, let it be meatballs. For any meat plus 3 edible filler, you get 62.5 hunger, which is generally a huge boost to the value of its ingredients. It's an incredibly versatile dish, accepting most fillers including ice, veggies, and eggs. You could even throw in forget-me-lots if you happen to have weeds growing. Avoid using honey as filler unless you want honey nuggets, and avoid combining frog legs with veggies unless you want a froggle bunwich. But look, even if you mess up and get a different dish, at the very worst, you'll still get something edible that will likely give you some more health back. So it's kind of hard to go wrong if you're trying to cook meatballs. Now, if you get a hold of large meat, for
I just
me, the
found a
absolute
corpse
best
surrounded
crop
by
is
a
for
bunch
it
of
is
rope
meat
and a
stew,
torch.
which can be cooked from ingredients
What's that
with
mean?
a total value of 3 meat. So morsels and drumsticks are worth half a meat. Monster meat, leafy meat, and large meat are all worth 1. So probably the easiest recipe would include 1 monster meat, 1 large meat, and 2 morsels. You could also make it from 1 monster meat, 2 large meat, and an edible filler. Just don't use honey or you get honey ham, and don't use more than 1 monster
Oh, there's a
meat
tree
or
with an
you get
evil face
lasagna.
on it.
The dish
I
restores
shall chop
12
it.
health and 150 hunger, which will completely restore hunger for most characters. It's incredibly powerful, and for most combinations gives you more than double the value of its ingredients. Definitely learn this recipe. Now once you get a birdcage and have access to eggs, there are two very important recipes you will want to learn. The first is bacon and eggs.
I
This
chopped
dish
it down and got
requires 2
living
eggs plus
logs.
Any meat value higher than 1. So you can use monster meat plus morsel plus 2 eggs. Now this is not the most hunger efficient dish because it requires 4 separate pieces of meat. 2 to be added directly and 2 to be converted into eggs. The upside is that it allows you to convert monster meat into a hunger dish that actually gives decent healing. I use it a lot for early game traveling because if I take a little bit of incidental damage, I can restore that with a hunger food. The other major advantage is that it has a 20-day spoilage time, which is a lot longer than most other dishes and twice as long as cooked meat. So if your icebox is filled with meat and you don't have any drying racks or bundle wraps, I'd consider cooking up some bacon eggs just for the sake of preservation. Now for a dedicated healing dish, this one is arguably the only recipe you'll ever need to learn. Pierogi. 1 egg, 1 veggie, any meat. Filler can be anything edible. 40 health. It is certainly not an underappreciated dish, but rightfully so. It's cheap, highly accessible, and unbelievably effective. The filler is flexible, but the simplest recipes only require a meat source and a veggie source. This has been the healing food of choice for boss fights for so many years. Just cook up a stack and you're good to start tanking. What goes largely unappreciated about this dish, however, is the fact that like bacon and eggs, it has a 20-day spoilage. So keeping a few pierogi in your icebox is never a bad idea. Now, any player making a berry bush farm is going to want to learn about turkey dinner. This dish requires 2 uncooked drumsticks, 1 fruit or veggie, and any other meat. You could use a berry for the fruit and a monster meat for the extra meat. This dish is really nice because berry bushes give you everything you need to
West,
make it.
Desperado,
Growlers and
Rough Rider.
berries.
No, you
can
don't
totally do
want
3
none
drumsticks and
of
a berry
this.
for the recipe. The only thing is meatballs are more efficient for hunger, and you can make meatballs with a drumstick and 3 berries. So you
Build
only wanna
the
make turkey
wall.
dinner
I
if you
did
need
it.
some
I did it.
healing.
Everyone
In
loved
that
it.
regard, it falls into the same category as bacon and eggs. Regardless, it's still one of those very well-rounded dishes that benefits mostly
really
from
just
only
did.
requiring a single food source. Now, if you learn but 1 honey dish, let it be honey ham. 1 honey plus any meat value higher than 1.5. Simplest recipe is monster meat, large meat, honey, and any edible filler. This is a really incredible dish for both hunger and
tree
health,
blew.
and only needs access to meat and honey. Once you get bee boxes built, this is definitely one of the best uses for honey. Wolfgang especially appreciates honey ham because of its high healing plus hunger, so it's a good option for keeping topped off during boss fights. And if you only learn 1 fish recipe, let it be fish sticks. For 1 fish, 1 twig, and any edible filler, you get 40 healing. Same as pierogi, although it requires a little bit of fishing. Plus, it spoils much faster. But as a recipe, it's cheaper and restores a lot of health. And check it out, you can actually use 2 monster meat for the filler. You know why?
Not a gay
because
beef.
twigs are not accepted in monster lasagna. Yeah, generally, if you have a lot of
they
meat and
spawn
fish,
wherever
then
trees
you
get
might
cut.
want to look into surf and turf for health and sanity. But as far as pure healing goes, fish sticks all the way. Now, I'm gonna throw in 1 more, not because it's an essential recipe by any means, but because it's a great early game food and I never see anyone make them. Fancy spiral tubers. Listen, 1 potato, 2 twigs, edible non-meat filler. That's it. Potatoes are very common in farm plots, and they're kind of a superfood. Cooked potatoes restore 20 health and 25 hunger. But if you want sanity, then you can make some spiral tubers. Each one restores 15. So every time you get a potato, you can ask yourself, do I want health or do I want sanity? And with either roasted potatoes or tubers, you get hunger at the same time. So it's kind of hard to go wrong with them. But yeah, as long as you're growing potatoes in autumn and winter,
I'm chilling.
fancy spiral tubers. Apologies in advance for missing your favorite dish on this list, but please appreciate how difficult it was to select but a few important dishes from the expansive list of amazing crockpot recipes. Keep in mind that this is really geared towards beginner players in the early game with limited access to a variety of food.
I don't know.
For me, these are the most important dishes to learn.
Can't
to
rightly
cook
say,
first.
really.
And then from here you can research other recipes and decide for yourself what you want your diet to be in the game. But yeah, let me know in the comments what crockpot dishes you like cooking up early game, and if there are other aspects of the early game that you would love to see covered in a guide. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.
I look at myself in the eye every morning and I ask the same question. Yes, man.
Hey everybody, Jazzy here. Welcome to part 4
Oh,
of
yes.
a series of early game
Oh,
guides
yes.
for beginners to Don't Starve Together. Today we're going to play through
I
Winter,
got a
which is the
normal
first
gray
real
t-shirt.
hazardous season that you will experience. The major threat during this time is the
It's like
cold.
a-
If your temperature drops too low, then you will start to take freezing damage, so you're going to want to
Yeah.
maintain a high body temperature at all times. To me, the easiest way to manage the cold is with a thermal stone. It can be heated or chilled, as indicated by the stone's appearance. During winter, your goal is to keep the stone red as often as possible. If it goes from red to gray, then it loses durability. So when you see it turn yellow, try to get it to a heat source before it goes completely neutral. The easiest way to heat up a thermal stone is to light a tree on fire and just stand close to it until your character is close to overheating. The thermal stone should be at a very high temperature at that point and will stay red for a while before needing another charge. You can also heat it up at a campfire, a fire pit, scaled furnace, or dwarf star. If you are based near Dragonfly, then you can also heat them up at her lava pools. Now, if you want to go the clothing route,
Yeah.
then your best option is a beefalo hat, which can be crafted at a science machine with 8 wool and a beefalo horn. It has a very high insulation, so it will slow the decline
yeah.
of your body temperature. Staying warm like this will require less frequent heating than the thermal stone, since the thermal stone
I need
needs
that, yeah.
constant recharging to not lose durability. But the disadvantage is that your head slot is taken for the entirety of winter, so no football helms for you. For that reason, I generally go with recharging the thermal stone, but you'll see Wilson alternate between the two this winter. It should also be mentioned that Wilson with a full beard provides a lot of insulation.
I gave you two.
And combined with insulating clothing, Wilson can potentially go
no, give me
entire
one.
days without worrying about the cold. But for demonstration purposes, I will use the thermal stone here. I also like how it glows in the dark when fully charged, so I can just run around at night and not
But
worry
I'm
about
touching your
light
monster
until
meat,
the rock
man.
goes yellow. Now, let's talk about winter food. Berry bushes are going to stop growing for the season, but most other food sources are still available. For meat, you can still hunt for koalas and fight pigmen, volt goats, and beefalo. For monster meat, you can hunt spiders in the forest. If you knock down a tier 3 den or kill a spider queen, then you can plant the den closer to your base. Then, revisit every day for fresh monster meat. In the Dragonfly Desert, you will get a few hound mounds, which occasionally spawn hounds, and they can also be a very reliable source of monster meat. Hopefully you've made a birdcage by now so that you can turn excess meat into eggs and unlock the 2 egg recipes. Now, birds will not drop seeds during winter, but if you've already done
Egg.
a bit of farming, then you likely have a handful of crop seeds,
Egg.
so feel free to keep farming. The plants that are in season during winter are asparagus, carrot, potato, pumpkin, and garlic. I mean, you can grow whatever you want, these just grow the fastest. Pumpkins are very good for raw hunger, and cooked potatoes are awesome for health. Now for crockpot dishes, you can cook up meatballs for monster meat. If you mine the glaciers that spawn around Pangol nests, then you can get a hold of lots of ice, which is a very efficient filler for meatballs. Any extra garlic or carrots you grow in farms can also be used as meatball filler, but the other winter crops restore plenty of hunger on their own. For healing, you're going to want to learn the pierogi recipe. 1 meat,
Did you
1
just make
veggie,
meatballs
1
from
egg,
meat
and
and
1
3
filler
ice
will
cubes?
restore 40 health. This lasts for a long time and is going
That's
to be one of
hilarious.
your easiest healing options in winter. The veggies you can
It's
get
just
from
boiled
farms,
meat
but
in
you can also pick
cold water.
mushrooms in the forest, cactus in the deserts, or leftover
Horrible.
carrots in the starter biomes. You can also hit up the mushroom forest in the caves for tons of mushrooms. Because I'm Wilson, I'm going to be leaning a bit on bacon and eggs this winter. It's a good way of preserving my meat, and it gives Wilson a bit extra hunger for being his favorite food. You can convert extra monster meat into eggs, and then you can make this, plus pierogi for most of your food needs in winter. I've made a guide recently on other crockpot dishes that are important for a beginner to know, if you want to check out all of your options. But for now, let's get back to Wilson. I'm starting off this winter looking a little ragged from an unfortunate fire nettle in my garden, so I'm trying to get Wilson healed up a bit. I had a pepper grow, and Honestly, peppers have limited uses if you're not Warley, but one dish we can make with them is pepper poppers, which only needs a meat and a pepper. I was actually trying to make some pierogi, but this is fine for now. We will make plenty of pierogi soon enough. Now, one important thing to do in winter is hunt mac tusks. This is the main reason I base
It's meteorites falling from the sky, hitting shit and making mess. I didn't do it. Right? You made your meatball. Okay. No, you can have it. Just give me one random food item from your inventory. What? Uncooked, just an ingredient. There we go, perfect. There's 3 back.
Alright, I think I'm about to go to bed.
Alright, well, thanks for stopping in.
Good night, Bo.
Night.
Oh yeah, I'm sitting there trying to catch a damn dog before I go to bed. She won't come in the house. Since the other one's gone, she's pretty much regressed to how she was when we got her.
Oh.
Does not work. She's not food motivated. She's fear. Oh yeah. But good night.
Night. Nice. Stop sticking me. This is harassment. is water at the bottom of the ocean. There is water at the bottom of the ocean. Carry the water under the water. Water flowing under. Huh? Oh, beehive, darling. I'm gonna bring a beefalo of my very own. A wish list like for Christmas? And yeah. Yeah. I've brought a friend. Yeah, sex it. I named him that. He'll make doo-doo feces for us if we feed him grass. Sometimes he won't poop. He wasted it. Owned. Shut your bitch ass. Right? Kill all humans. If you want to move him, you just, you know, take the beefalo bell. Mm. sleepy. Big eepy. You're so stupid. Oops. I Milk, meat, television, staple gun. Nice. Beeves. Oh no. Here you go. What? Oh. Yeah, for you. Feed it to Mr. Meaty. Mr. Meaty don't mind. Mr. Meaty don't give a damn. Did you just make me eat that?
Oh my god, look what I just made. Crockpot. It's a butterfly cupcake. You want it? Hmm. Pom 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 pom. Oh no. It appears I have slipped. What an unfortunate disaster it would be if someone were to rip my clothes and ravage the area. They call me Crafting Jack. That's right. No. I'm doing shit. Having a good time, having a ball. Sorry, a what? Yes, I need fireflies.
We are already one. The evil seed of what you have done germinates within you even now. What? I feel like I called you anything. How do I reach these pigs? There's a message in a bottle. To the world. I just got that message in a bottle. Dong dong, dong 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 dong. She's literally mewing. Day 12 of mewing. Intense mewing. What you found, dog? Look, fat. Listen, fat. You look, fat. We can do jumping jacks. We can do whatever you want to do. My message in a bottle shows me a tiny chunk of a map. It's very far away from us. The map is way down there, and it shows us a bunch of icons I don't recognize. Thanks, message in a bottle. Very useful. What's that, an orb? Oh, interesting. We need strange objects. I just made a portal paraphernalia. I don't know what to do with it. Oh, it falls on the ground when you're not near it. That's funny. No. Ratatouille, away. Ratatouille. Big blue rock. Oh. Go shave that bitch. Uh-huh. I can make a helmet out of pig butts. Look. I made my beefalo a salt lick. So he can lick salt. Mm-hmm. Ouch. would be something. Your hunger is your stamina. You lose hunger from doing things. No. I'm actually starving to death. I moved him out of the way. What's it to you? Yes. As I reach the summit, I'm beat, and the wind blows through my feet. You got my last couple things I cooked. Oh. Alright. Make whatever you like. Here, I made you a proper helmet. The monsters are coming. Eventually. There they are. put on my wooden armor. Not saving me. Actually, I think it did save me. In the end, I will still die. Holy shit, there's a lot of these guys. I died. They destroyed my catapult. And they killed me again. Hee meat that falls on the ground gets eaten by stuff really quickly. Mullet with butterfly wings. The world is a vampire. I got 11 sticks on me if you want. Here you go. Okay. Deal. Ow! What happened? No. Huh. Yes. I'm getting grass. What? It was harassing me. Just chillin'. Come, villain. Oh, it's a deer clops. Kill it. You're insane. You are bad. You wreck everything you touch and you're a sociopath. But there's one thing that's everyone's wondering, and everyone's wondering when you're gonna die. Huh? What? Yeah, yeah. Mhm. We do need more rabbits. I know all there is to know about the crying game. Huh? Oh, oh man. It's dying. There's some kind of boogin. Oh. He's attacking the wall. He's attacking me. I'll make a wall for you. Okay. Got to keep on moving. Yeah. I planted a marble bean. Oh, that little babouche. I'll hunt you. Oh, my marble shrubs, they grow. Hand, get it. Too late. You can eat it. Bitch. Gonna make some trail mix. Hey, before you go, come here. Take this. Your journey. Oh, it's fall. All the leaves don't fall off the trees. Real. My boomerang won't come back. Jesus loves marijuana. I learned something interesting today. Well, turns out the reason why platypuses sweat milk is so that they can nurse their eggs before they hatch. They cuddle up with their squishy, leathery eggs, and sure enough, they sweat milk onto the egg, and the egg absorbs the milk and gets nutrition. I'm sorry they taught you that. I learned that today. I very nearly died there. Everything's so wet. Everything's completely wet. Um, I need silk. Making an umbrella. What? Wow. What? I wasn't sleeping. No. I don't know. Yeah. Nice. Bit or a habit, habit or a rib. Did you say a bull dyke bar? That's good. That's good. Oh my god, hi. You a pig? Wet fire pit. Nope. Well, you can cook some, go ahead. What? I don't know. Oh, I can take it to the fake king. Oh Jesus, 12:30. I think this is a good place to leave off. GG's. Have a good night, my man. Peace. Yeah.
恋模様は似てるスイート何をしててもデイドリーミ
отсюда! Ну все, хана ему! Да еще порвем его!